Alright. It is day 12. Yesterday was pretty nice training session. You know, still a little bit rough on this. Maybe we'll touch this today. Starting to feel alright. We're getting close to maybe exceeding where we used to be a year ago. Oh, it's nice that we're getting maybe 5 seconds of this. Alright, let's get to it. The warm-ups are getting nice, like the ramp-up. And then we're deciding to stop at a higher BPM this time around. Forgot the preset again. At least this time I caught it early. Here's a bit of a smear on my screen. So let's grab that. That's gonna distract me pretty terribly. Alright, hopefully I won't be able to see that. Okay, let's try this again. Take 2. So many thoughts came to my mind when I was trying to focus. Can't seem to clear them away from my mind. I'm definitely relaxing way more. I can see that in like at least consistently 50 milliseconds slow later than usual, which is kind of nice actually. Just means I'm really relaxed. Had a lot of thoughts going in and out of my head during that. Very, very difficult to stay focused. It takes a bit more focus to slow down than being in the comfort zone. There's a corner here on my screen that is bugging me every time I look there. On the bottom right. Trying to get rid of it right now. It's distracting me. All right. That was really weird. Be nice if keep landing on the same spot on the keycap, but that didn't happen. Okay. Yeah, the keypad is definitely in the wrong position, dude. Making me stretch for it. It's actually kind of annoying. Try this way. I hit the edge of the keypad like 8 billion times. Ugh. Definitely not that. Definitely do not angle it that way. My index finger hit the edge of the keycap so many times now. Okay. Like a minute and a half, somewhere in there. I think it's kind of alright if I have it in this position. Hmm. Go there. Have you tried practicing on Ed with higher OD? No. No thanks. It's not about the feedback on what I'm seeing, it's about how it's feeling. So you don't teach yourself to mash through, you don't know what I'm doing, so you shouldn't presume what I'm trying to do. But hey, I appreciate the advice. If you do, though, hang out regardless, the idea is to find periods in which I can synchronize with the feel of the rhythm. That's all. So having to deal with the dexterity check does not necessarily have anything to do with smashing. It's to get the fingers moving first. If I were to use higher OD, I'd probably use it in a place where I don't have a dexterity check, which is like 150 BPM or lower. So it's not a consistent purpose going up. The only purpose right now is to focus on moving the fingers, nothing else. Whether it's inaccurate or not, it's about just moving the fingers. So it's a little even before that. So your advice tends to be towards someone who is probably looking to improve their accuracy. That's fair. I can see why you think stretches make sense, but that is a misconception. However, I can see where that comes from. But stretches during active performance actually reduces the performance. Generally speaking, you want to do contractions. So the obvious tip is to move your fingers and make the contraction movements. It's a very classical misconception nowadays. Stretching doesn't avoid injury. Overextension does. Again, I would say it's an obvious misconception, but it's a very conventional knowledge that people understood. But stretching doesn't avoid injury during exercise. Stretching improves mobility and movement of motion, but it does not prevent injury. Resting prevents injury. Overexerting, mitigating overexerting is preventing injury. If you wanna, so generally speaking, like when you start up, you want to do dynamic stretching, right? Or dynamic movements. And dynamic movement means just to get your fingers moving. So that's what I'm doing right now. At the moment, regardless of what the accuracy is, it's to get my fingers to move consistently for a while. And then comes the performance. So this is what you would call a warm-up, I suppose. for however long it takes. I don't necessarily think stretching won't help anyone though. Like, if stretching makes you feel better, like psychologically feel better and perform better, you gotta keep doing it. Because stretching is a routine that can help with like getting yourself into the mindset and stuff. My mindset is just keep my hands moving for the time being until a little bit later. So we're like 38 minutes in. That is what you're doing? Yeah, I can understand that. If it works, it works. I don't stop stretching only because of how it works, but you know, if it works, then keep doing it. It doesn't work here for myself. Yeah, so it doesn't work here for myself unless you and the thing I'm sharing is just the biomechanics, right? So something about physical biomechanics, it's secondary to how you feel. So if your mindset is incredibly strong from the routine, don't underestimate the placebo effect. It's very powerful. So for me, whether I smash or become entirely inaccurate, you can see that when I'm warming up, it has very little to do with when I decide to, once I'm warmed up. So that advice could work for a lot of people though. Just not my intent at the moment. I think I might have waited a little too long. Do I tap with my wrist down or up? Up. It's the way I type. So my wrist is not making contact with anything. Tap with your wrist down. Is it offering as an anchor? I imagine hopefully is it just straight on the desk? Your ACK is your strong suit? That's fair. Sounds good. Remember that ACK is not a component. ACK isn't just a component of tapping, right? So ACK is also a component of breathing and hand-eye coordination. So right now, I'm not dealing with accuracy. So if you know that, then you probably will be able to empathize with me. The goal is not hack right now. The goal is the physical form of just tapping. You play a lot of reading-centered maps as well? That's good. Again, my goal is not reading either, so it's just moving the fingers. It's what re-tapping training is to me at the moment. So no strain. If it's smashing, if there's no strain, it's still getting the fingers to move. It's kind of like running. When you first start off running, it doesn't matter how you run to the finish line for the time being. Just moving is good enough. So anything above like 160 is just moving for the time being. Anything below 155, say, is more getting closer to form, focusing on form. But just to give an example of what I'm doing. Obviously today is day 12, and I have done this a couple times throughout the year. Just experimenting, and also this is not to play like and read maps, obviously. Glad to hear that you're comfortable on like 120. The idea is that it's nice to tap or move my fingers, and that's probably the goal right now. So yeah, I can understand increasing the OD would probably enforce you to get more feedback, but whether the game tells you you're accurate or not, it doesn't tell you how you feel, right? So my fingers feel great. The smashing thing, I don't know if you mean by smashing, you mean forcefully doing something. My fingers are just moving back and forth very lightly. I'm barely tapping the keys, so it's no strain on my hand. It's to create the coordination for it. So it's low risk. It's not forcing through. There's no forcing through anything. No ignoring of the rhythm either. You're taking in the rhythm, and you're going through the steps and having it refined over time. There's a difference between forcing. Oh, okay. So that's what you mean. Alright. So for me, I think my best analogy I can tell you about how I feel right now, or like what I'm doing right now, is if you get in the water, right? If you get in the water, I'm trying my best to tread to stay above the water. So eventually the rhythm comes when you get comfortable with treading water, but there's no risk in treading water. When you go to like start swimming and maybe like more defined, it'll become necessary to elevate OD. So I do definitely agree with you if you're training for ACT and reading and timing. What are you working on now? Like what are you doing in OS? I shouldn't wait too long, so we're gonna hit this while we can. Relearning a new playstyle. Oh, that's really interesting. Is it out of curiosity you change your grip from aiming with only fingers to basically only wrists? Oh, that's actually really interesting. Like, what I mean is, that can be really reinvigorating to swap up playstyles. Like refresh the another way to play those. And now playing in letterbox. Oh, interesting. Which seems to pay off already? Huh. What do you think what do you think is the component of the letterbox that allows you to give you a better feeling for the game? So that was warm up. And now we're just gonna go on our reading task. So this is more of a reading task at this point. Right now I'm about 20-30%, something like that. Which is nice because speaking of changing up playstyles, I'm retraining tapping because I'm switching fingers. So a year for the first 3.5 years on and off, I use my middle finger and my pointer finger. But now I'm using my ring finger and my pointer finger. I dropped my pen. It's gone. And just disappeared. Middle finger and index finger says forever, with one exception. Interesting. I tried out ring finger for like, I did the opposite. And then now I'm doing a different one. It's been 12 days, or 11 days since that happened. Which is interesting. So for a long time you played on smaller monitors on laptops, and now it just feels more comfortable to read like that? Interesting. I tried a letterbox a few times before, and I like the form. So I like the boundary effects. It keeps it in frame. So what I'm saying is a lot of times when you have a smaller boundary, like a boundary that you can see, it makes you focus on the entire landscape more than feeling that it's outside of the stuff. So that small laptop thing, right? When you play on a smaller monitor, it's capturing that same feel again. Now that if you start moving to a bigger monitor, but you can simulate the frame of what you're used to, like a smaller monitor on a laptop, it can feel very familiar, and that can work really well. I generally play my other video games in a smaller frame, so when I did the letterbox thing, it reminded me of the smaller frame. Like a lot of my games tend to vary in resolution. I'm not the big power user that's immersive and running at 4K or something on a 37-panel monitor. Per se. This is on full screen. This is on full screen, but yeah. It can change perspective. It's quite refreshing. Alright. It really doesn't help my easy reading. Oh, interesting. Anything else it does? Oh, and I also add a ton of smoothing. Oh, because your hands are very shaky. It was a huge problem for you in the past. Have you considered seeing what happens if you just go from smoothing to like less and less smoothing over time, and see if you ever notice like your shakes going away from just like os in general, the little mechanical use of your hand, and then your shakes become more and more? How was that? Did you see some improvement in your steadiness in your hand? All I did was adapt to the shake? Oh, okay. Because there, there are quite a lot of benefits you can do to try to squeeze out some extra benefits, from playing such things. My hands are relatively steady, but not largely because of os. A lot of things I do regularly tends to require steady hands. Hey, Conquers. So like I write a lot, and I also do a lot of editing with the pen outside of os. So I get a lot of extra mileage from using my hands. Do you do anything else with your hands? Like, are there anything you do that involves using your hand-eye coordination at all? Maybe a sport? An instrument of something? Also, I'm kind of curious, do you work out or anything like that? Like physical stuff? Because I'm always curious about a person's background when they're playing os, like how they train physically and mentally for something that can be very taxing. I'm curious. What? Is it me or the music's louder or my voice is lower? This track is kind of loud. In general, this track is kind of loud. So if we change it to something else, right? Like maybe this. But yes, the music can be kind of loud. I'm really using it to yeah, it's this track. This track is really loud. Because all the frequencies are really high, and then when you go to a more bass, like a mid-tone and lower, it becomes suddenly quieter, and it's mixed louder quite a bit too. I noticed because for some of the digression videos that I have, it's with like this in the background. It is what it is. I might lower the... It doesn't really help too much because each of the tracks are EQ'd slightly differently, and the frequency balance is different. Yeah, this one is pretty mega loud. Like the saturation is even louder than this. So we just go to this, just to lower the frequencies. But when I went to the gym for a period of a couple of months, it only made it worse, the shakes. Oh, interesting. Were you doing contraction style like muscle fatigue, or were you doing balance routines? So like isometrics, right? So holding things still in place, or like gripping onto something and just holding in place instead of doing dynamic stuff. As when we're talking about our pen stuff, it's actually, when you're doing the wrist movement and moving around, it's actually quite a static position that you're moving. It's very isometric. Oh, you lift? Okay. I think it might be a little bit tough to tell because when you're doing concentric movements and eccentric movements, shake is a natural part of stabilizing that. It's interesting that your shakes didn't improve though over time. Generally speaking, when you tax yourself in stabilizing, right, your stabilizing muscles tend to get a little bit more use over time. Your shake has always been there, right? It's not related to anything. You don't get it either. That's kind of unfortunate. It would be like knowing what perhaps the underlying cause is. It's always been there. I see. Yeah, we're gonna give. Yesterday we gave this like 2 or 3 goes just to normalize the timing, because I'm still not used to starting on my ring finger for a reset. So we're just gonna try this again. Yeah, one of the things that I feel is always worth entertaining as a potential thing for working out is that for the longest time when people think about stretching, right? Stretching, there are different properties of stretching, right? And this is just semantics. So the idea is, in order to prevent injury or to prep your muscles for mobility during a workout or anything strenuous, you are attempting to contract the specific muscles without exhausting yourself, so minimizing the exhaustion. So what that looks like is, if your legs, right, say your quad, your front of your legs is stiff and you're gonna go for a run, the idea is to make the same contraction motion that you're going to run on, and doing it slow enough, but you get the muscle contraction. And that muscle contraction is what some stretches actually do. The idea of but sometimes when you stretch, not all stretches will activate the muscles. So they don't have to be bigger movements. So when you're slowing down, if say your lifting only goes to this range, right? The idea is to get the contraction in the muscle, then the stiffness subsides. And in that stiffness, once that stiffness goes away, your muscle is warm. Mobility is when you increase your range of motion through stretching. So like your hand, like my shoulder, can reach all the way back here, but it's not functional for my motion in, like, say, your chest press. So when you're stretching beyond this range, you're improving your mobility. However, it is also taxing and increasing the chance of injury when you're doing a motion that doesn't require this mobility yet. So over time, when you finish your workout, then you do stretches. It's not necessarily to prevent injury, it's to increase your mobility and range of motion. The only time you can avoid injury, to avoid and prevent injury, is to not exert yourself past your range of motion, right? Or applying too much force in your range of motion. So when you're stretching and limbering up, getting loosey-goosey, it causes you to do a concentric and eccentric movement that is beyond your range of motion first. Hey, Brown, what's up? So When you're stretching, you're really only contracting and doing dynamic things within your range of motion already that you're set for. If you tend to stretch well beyond your range of motion, and then you go into your exercise, you are more likely to overextend your range of motion that you have already trained for. When you stretch after working out, where your muscles are warm, they're fatigued, then you increase your range of motion. The rest period is what gives you an increased range of motion. Then that preps you for the next time with the increased range of motion. I say range of motion a lot, but that's kind of my working way of explaining, I suppose. Conventional knowledge has suggested that when you're stretching, it makes you feel good, right? Like this whole stretch makes you feel good. That's increasing your range of motion. It doesn't necessarily improve your weight-bearing motion at the time you do it. So when you're stretching, you're already not beyond your range of motion. You're not prepared for that the day of the exercise. So generally speaking, you stretch after that passive, slow, increased range of motion, stretching after you work out. When you do dynamic sessions, like warming up, you're only doing a lighter version of the range of motion you've already trained. So if you want your fingers, per se, to be warmed up and not stiff, the act is to move it safely within any bounds to get a contraction movement of it. And then once you're warmed up, you go into your training session with whatever you're looking for, like accuracy or so on and forth. But you have to go to for me, I rapidly do that just by getting my fingers moving. So for running, you bounce up and down or something, like just hop up and down, try to create the motion without actually doing the full effort motion yet. And the threshold is arbitrary. The threshold is subjective in a way. You have to execute the contraction and not just trigger the sensory response. So what is a sensory response? Sensory response is if you do this, right? If I make this motion, it's just a sensory response. If I pull really hard, even with no weight bearing, and feel the contraction in my muscles, that is the warm-up stretching. That is the dynamic contraction you're looking for. So you just do this really hard, but it's nowhere near your weight-bearing performance. That's your warm-up. That's the thing that will prepare you for your exercise. So if you're preparing your fingers for weight-bearing motion, you could clench it and then let go. And then clench it and let go. That would be considered a dynamic way of warming your hands to go and do some motion. And after the exercise, you can then do what you usually do, like push your fingers past its range of motion and stuff. And then in the future, when you're going to prep for your exercise again, you'll have that increased range of motion, right? That's kind of the idea. Most people don't do this. You don't have to do this to improve. The idea is what's preventing injury is your awareness of how hard you're pushing, which most people do by doing exercises in general. So all the other tips and tricks are a bonus for your well-being and your health, right? So the only reason this may be interesting, the only thing this may be interesting is that when you focus on stretching, as in increasing your range of motion, it actually likely increases your, it may increase your chance of injury and also make you underperform. You're way more prone to injury after playing for longer in general? Oh yeah. That is very reasonable. I don't necessarily think... I think most people can empathize with you. That endurance will make you be prone to injury. If you're talking about across, like longitudinally, like a month or two, then your regimen is not sustainable. So your recovery periods are not long enough to sustain your activity. So if you're not talking about a session, which is not endurance, a property is rest. So your rest period is not great enough, generally speaking. So you're doing wide scope since you're saying general, then your rest period is not enough to sustain your consistent play style. I mean, it's hard to convey that logic dictates that if you're depreciating over time, then it's not a subjective take. It's not sustainable, right? Because by logic, if you can't sustain it, then your routine isn't sustainable. So if you're becoming more and more prone to injury over time... Sorry, the song is really loud. If you're prone increasingly more to injury from repeating the same routine, then the routine itself requires reform. If it's not the routine, then if you remove the routine and replace it with anything else, you're likely not, like, if it is the routine itself, like playing OS itself, if you replace it with any routine, like temporarily, it shouldn't show the same pattern, right? That would be hypotheses testing. Alternatively, you could say one's getting older, etc. You can try to... Those things are like conditional. They are not malleable. That's why you're kind of switching things up. Excellent. I really like that. Sometimes it can be tough switching things up, right? Like, oh yeah, I invested so much time into this approach, and then now I'm doing a different approach. But that is a very healthy, like, perspective. Especially, it's a great life skill too, to being able to change it up. And that's great. I think that follows really well. Yeah. Definitely. Alright. We're gonna give this another go here. The thing is, you can literally see your consistency getting better. That's nice. As in aim consistency, okay? It sounds like your right hand is, or not your right hand, but your aim hand is doing work. Those are quite, different components. Do you do anything with your other hand that is aim related? Or dexterity, like driven kind of thing? Okay. I'm dominant on my right hand when it comes to dexterity, so although there are occasions where if you think about specific instruments, if you play like certain musical instruments, they kind of swap it up with you, you know, like sometimes the dexterity consistency ends up being on the other hand. Like if you're right-handed, like on a guitar, your right hand is the rhythm hand and your left hand is actually the dexterity hand, which makes for some interesting experiences. Just a slight plug for ever curious if you're, you know, want to become a musician one day or something. Swap it up. We'll do one more run of this. I think I'm kinda okay right now at looking at it. Still unsteady for triples. Resetting on the ring finger still feels kind of weird. Gotta establish that mind-body connection. I view it like it isn't really worth going into instruments unless you're taught from a young age. I respect that. So how do you ever start new things if you feel that there are things that aren't worth doing from a young age? Are there things you feel are worth doing regardless of when you started? Like name a skill that you feel is timeless. Not all things, just rhythm is hard to pick up the older you are. I can see that. I'm curious, what makes you think, what are your observations that make you think it's harder to pick up rhythm the older you become? I'm resting for a bit. Muscle memory builds really easily when you're younger. I don't know how to explain. English isn't your first language. All right. And some stuff isn't translatable exactly. I can I can see that. I beg to differ. However, you know. Also, funny thing, I just realized I'm really shaky, but one of my best skill sets is precision. Interesting. That is kind of counterintuitive. If you're shaky yet precise. You might be consistently shaky, so that's precision. So, um, let's review some stuff. Since you're saying English isn't your first language, precision is consistency. If you're consistently shaky, you're precise. Accuracy is based on a standard that's predetermined. So the difference between accuracy and precision is that precision just requires consistency. Doesn't require being on time. And then accuracy is a component that involves other than consistency. So if you were able to condition and adapt to your shakiness, then you become precise with shakiness. So an artist can be incredibly precise with their brushstroke when they're consistently, doing the same type, right? For example, you can be precise in smashing. Also, here's a little bit of a throw idea. Muscle memories don't build any easier or harder the younger or older you get. Your intellectual interference increases when you're older. So when one accrues more experience, you have a lot of muscle memory that interferes with when you're younger. So here's an example. If you're a musician, then you will have the muscle memory of a musician. When you're going to do something with your other hand, then that muscle memory, right, that you already have can contribute and interfere or accent or improve. So here's the thing. Muscle memory is established differently as an adult. So it's not that they're easier or harder, but they're different. And the biggest hot take here that you must understand is most human beings establish the way they learn by the age of 18. So they are framed in a way that they stop learning to learn. Learning is a skill set. However, generally, most adults decide they are sufficient enough to be happy the way they learn once they reach adulthood. So they don't naturally learn how to learn as an adult moving forward. So if you're trying to establish new muscle memory, for example, the approach is different when you're older than versus when you're younger. So it seems easier when it's younger because that's the first thing you did. It's the most intuitive thing because it's the first thing you practice. As an adult, intuition has to be subsided with pragmatism. So through our adulthood, we keep striving to find ways to create objectivity and pragmatism so that our intuition doesn't create interference. So when you're saying that it is easier to establish muscle memory when you're younger, it's because you have less muscle memory. Yeah. So I love it when someone is showing that they are constantly finding new ways to learn new things. So when you're saying you're changing it up and stuff, that screams to me someone who is adapting and appreciate that when you're getting older, you have to learn differently. There are benefits and trade-offs. For example, your learning curve as an adult is overall way shorter than the learning curve when you're a kid. Yes, you can focus on the aspect of intuition when you're developing muscle memory. However, there are so many things as a kid you learn very slowly, right? Uh, if you're a kid, you're void of experience. So when you talk to a kid about, say, something that requires a lot of experience, the learning curve is very short or very long. A great example is if you go back to high school now, you'll probably learn way quicker intuitively. So your muscle memory, your brain's muscle memory, is established way quicker than when you're a kid. So their learning process is different. And what I tend to focus on, well, what I do as a professional back in the day, uh, I teach younger adults, as in the transition between a kid that's learning intuitively into adulthood, where they have to have the skills to learn like as a hybrid, being able to process objective observations, integrate them into their intuition, or whether just to stop relying necessarily on intuition. So adults fundamentally just stop there most of the time because it's really not necessary. So what I'm saying here is when you're saying it's not worth picking up an instrument anymore because you believe that muscle memory is more easily established as a kid, it's fine for your happiness. You don't necessarily have to develop a skill to play an instrument as an adult. So there's no pressure to do so. As a kid, you are a blank slate. You have to attach on and establish some sort of identity. So whether you think it's optional or not, as a kid, that perception is not there yet. You have not had enough experience to determine what is optional, what isn't. So when you're trying to empathize with younger people, they do feel like they don't have any other choices. They do the things they like and focus on the things they're good at. As an adult, you can always pick up things that you're not good at, and you know how to establish how to like something that you don't, and know the necessity of skills that you don't otherwise practice as a kid because there's no conception of that. So your learning and decision making ultimately changes as an adult. And if you want to become a successful adult, like a one that is very dynamic and not relying on intuition, as in being lucky, you end up being a scholar, right? Like myself. I would consider myself still a scholar, where my learning curve and muscle memory is far more efficient than I am when I was a kid. Because as a kid, I only did particular things very well. As an adult, I do a lot of things particularly well and quickly. I don't do anything I learned as a kid anymore. The kid experience formed the foundation of how I learn now. So everything that all the experience that I accrued as a kid is used and integrated into the way adults learn. So if I ever have to go to a high school or a middle school or elementary school or a college as a person who predominantly involved in teaching, like helping people learn, the methods used for those specific periods of learning are different. As an adult, if I'm talking to someone who's 20 plus, maybe have a high school diploma, I would use different techniques because our brain, the way our memory and self works, it's a balance between interference and acquiring new knowledge. And you can't be that whole saying you can't be a blank slate anymore because you aren't. Adults are not blank slates. So they're actually tackling, if you're approaching it like you were younger, it will always seem harder because you have way more considerations. You have to juggle all those considerations. As a kid, you play the instrument. You just play it. There's no frame of reference or standardization, barring, the internet and YouTube and stuff. That's kind of changing the landscape of this paradigm. However, there rarely any interference outside of that. As an adult, you have your entire life experience creating an interference or an advantage. So, how do you become a great painter as an adult? You use all the tools and your experience to make your paint unique. So, here's the thing. When you pick up painting as a kid, it's not unique yet. As an adult, it will immediately become unique. Regardless of what your aptitude is, the mechanical portion, as an adult, the learning curve is incredibly short to become unique because you have experiences, and those experiences can be advantageous or disadvantageous. So the way I play OS is a reflection of my adult experience, and I'm way older than the average OS player. I'm almost 37. So when I play OS and I can explain OS and people give me advice, I'm rarely ever surprised by their advice. However, it comes generally from people who are younger than me. And those are very mechanics forward. And I typically ask if they play instruments or want to start new things, because as you grow older, your strongest advantage against your younger self is that you can learn things really, really fast. It might not be muscle memory, but if you have certain methods, you can learn it faster, more consistently, and you know what is important. So kids are spinning the wheel. They're just, you're gambling. Kids are like, I think I like instruments, and then drop in a hat the next day. Like, it's not that great. They're experimenting. As an adult, you have preferences. You have wants and dislikes. If you can turn all your experience into something that's proactive towards the skill you're building, you'll get it way faster than when you're a kid. You can understand the complexities of storytelling immediately to the point it's boring automatically. A kid will still be processing what that language means. So there's, trade-offs and stuff. But I wouldn't underestimate how beautiful you currently are, right? As an adult, you can learn things really, really fast, as long as you choose to. Not that I'm trying to encourage you to pick up an instrument, but I can tell you it's amazing when you hear an adult learn a new instrument versus a kid learning a new instrument. It's two really different things. Like, an adult would pick a melody, pick an artist, and imitate the artist, and then grab inspiration immediately from that artist, because an adult is proliferated with so many different experiences that are already musically inclined. They would probably pick a specific genre. A kid can pick up any genre. Does that make them better at picking up things? Not necessarily. One is just more selective than the other. They're both learning very differently. So when you're thinking about, learning an instrument, how do you measure an adult's learning process? Did they pick up a unique identity in their melody already? How do you measure a kid's aptitude? How fast they mechanically pick up the instrument. So when you say it's not worth picking up an instrument because muscle memory is better established or easily established as a kid, you're telling me that you're much younger than me. That's where I'm getting from. It's not bad or good. It's a form of lifestyle, right? It's your experience. An adult is incredibly unique. Like, they create and compose complex things immediately. A kid has to work up to that. But comparison is also key to improving. improvement, stagnation, you're comparing apples and oranges. So comparison can be just as deleterious or damaging when you're not using proper comparisons, right? So when you expand your comparative methodology, you can then see the trade-off in stagnation or not. You are stagnating because you're comparing apples and oranges. So for example, when you say it's not worth doing something, that's comparison leading to stagnation, not comparison using to improve against stagnation. When you not do something, it's the other effect. So as a kid, you do that too. For example, you start playing a guitar and YouTube shows you that you can never be as good as that guitar. That guitar is on YouTube. That's comparison that encourages stagnation. But that's apple and oranges comparison as a kid. That person had different circumstances growing up and getting to that point. You have different circumstances and things that got to your point. It becomes even more, the gap of apples and oranges comparison gets bigger exponentially as you get older. So when you get to my age, that perspective is different now. No longer is the perspective about comparing apples and oranges. It's about how I can refine my techniques to my yester self. And I can definitely say if you're on the older side, it can feel that your younger self, so you're comparing to only your younger self as opposed to, other young people who are even further apart. To your younger self, I can confidently say that mechanically I would pick up things faster as a younger person. However, if I played an instrument for 11 years as a young person, it would take me about, I would say, roughly 11 or 12 years to play the instrument, master the instrument, instruct the instrument, and create an identity for myself. As an adult, it would take me less than a couple months because I already have an identity. So if the end goal is to become an instrumentalist, because the goals are different, right? As a kid, you want to be like, I don't know, mechanically really cool about it and feel good about it. As an adult, I want to create something unique that only I can create. The kid will never get to the adult's perspective until they become the adult. So I learned painting when I learned how to draw and do things only like 4 years ago, right? It took me if I were going to draw as a kid, I would need guidance, influence, people to tell me, like show me different things. It would take me a really long time to create a product that people like to look at. It takes me a fraction of the time as an adult because I have other advantages as an adult. And your goals are different. So for me, your goal was muscle memory, right? You mentioned specifically muscle memory. So the mechanics of the instrument. As an adult, for me, as someone who has played instruments before, it's no longer about mechanical complexity. It's about complexity of storytelling. So instead of trying to be a person who plays as fast as possible, showing off as dexterous as they can, it's about knowing when to play. The dynamics of the sound. Like, it's quiet here. I'm only strumming once. To an adult, strumming once could mean far more complex and intricate things about myself than being able to execute a perfect FC. Let's relate it back to how we first met, right? Just a few, 30 minutes ago, when you told me about an advice about improving accuracy by stringently adjusting OD.
what I see I'm doing is following the natural order of things that makes me very satisfied. So our goals don't meet because we have probably a very noticeable generational gap. I imagine, I'll take a guess, I'm at least 10 years older than you, generally speaking, if not more. So our goals and perspectives are very different. And it's fun talking about those. So I generally ask you about your goals and what you're even more. My guess is you're like 19, 18, 19, something like that. Maybe between high school, probably high school is. So there's a really big generational gap is what I would say. Yeah. It's very common. You're 18? Yeah, it's very common. So it's really cool though as an 18-year-old. I'm going to have to say this though. As an 18-year-old, when you tell me, whenever I hear 18-year-olds always trying new things, which I met a few more 18-year-olds 2 days ago. It happens in OS because all my other games are, the age range is kind of very different, right? Because it's not mechanically inclined. You're already showing the maturity of understanding that as you grow older, you're going to have to learn different techniques to take advantage of your oldness. There's a great advantage. There are people who choose not to do that, and I don't think you're one of them. And that's incredibly endearing because you're not going to learn the same way anymore. And keep exploring new ways to learn. That's when we can, in another 10 years, the conversation will be very similar again. Although then I would be like I would be a senior citizen by then. All right, that's a good rest. Now we're gonna step down. So I'm gonna step down from here now. This is where we descend. Let's see how it goes. I stay by one subset for a long time, but then I also learn more. You stay by one subset, but you're switching it up, is what I'm saying. It shows that just use one, as a foundation. So you're stretching out. I can tell you that there are many people, I would say a large majority of people nowadays in your generation, that has difficulty stretching out from their foundations. They want to, they want to really close themselves into that foundation. But you're showing initiative to stretch out from that foundation. You're even using the word foundation. Too many younger people are blinded by meta. Yes, I would say yes. So the meta doesn't necessarily have to be just OS, right? When you get used to spending a lot of time in playing games like this, it bleeds into everything else. It bleeds into how you approach solving life problems or learning how to adapt healthy eating habits or getting exercise. Things like that ends up bleeding into your learning process. So for me, this discussion is an exploration on trying to figure out where you are or where I am, like comparing and contrasting how you're learning things. I think as long as you have the capacity to learn, and it's one of the core life skills. If someone tells me that, I've been doing this for a while and now I swapped it up, that's already like 9 out of 10 points on the life scale. So, and it's fun because then I have something to ask. I always get to ask interesting questions like, what makes you think this and what makes you think that? Because you have something to say, you have explored it. The moment you catch yourself, like if you catch yourself saying, oh, it's too hard to explain, right? Or it's too complex to explain. I think that's a disservice from the internet, really, because you can just bumble through it. You can just use words. The more you practice explaining things, it's not only helpful to the communicating to the other person, but also yourself, because then you explain it to yourself most of the time. And exploring that is what will allow skills to expand and improve. So for me, what can I contribute as an older person? I can firmly tell you that the things kids struggle with, right? The things that kids struggle with as an adult is a clear advantage. Hey, you want to learn how to do Java, for college? I'll pick it up in 3 months. For a kid, they don't have any other experience to go on, so they're going to do a vanilla style. You can be incredibly talented, for sure. Like if I was a kid, I would still spend more time learning complex things than I am as an adult. This is not taking into account physical limitations of age. We're talking about when the physical limitations is not a thing, right? If an adult is highly educated, not in like school or something, I'm talking about highly educated about their self and understanding about how they learn themselves over time, it is, for me, I would take the bet that if you have reached that state, you will most definitely learn things faster as an adult. If you're learning slower as an adult, one really big conclusion or association that I can say is you're probably having a really happy life. And things that worked out when you were younger worked out now as an adult. So you don't need to learn faster as an adult because you're under practice. If you believe that you don't learn faster with more experience, then you probably didn't need more experience about learning. And all I can say about that is I'm not here to convince you need to learn faster, because clearly you didn't need to, so you must be really happy on the way you learn. But fundamentally, if we're really using logic, right? We're really using logic here. Experience trumps everything. As an adult, you have all the capacities of a kid outside physical limitations. So if you're trying to learn something, it's not because it's easier, it's largely because it's more complicated. The kid, when they're playing an instrument, they don't have to worry about all the other instruments. When you become 18, now you have to worry about all the things you've done that also overlaps with the new thing you're talking about. So it's harder to learn an instrument because you've done a lot of things with your hands and you have to juggle all those things. If you can masterfully juggle all of them, then you can learn something really fast, which is great. I want kids, especially like when they're getting older, to have that perspective. Like I'm almost 37 and I'm doing this and it doesn't hurt me. I'm not overtraining. I'm enjoying the process and it works to my advantage. So I know so much about myself that I can do this nonstop without ever feeling like I'm stagnating, because I'm tapping into all my experiences of how I know I could train. So this is not a style for anyone. Actually, in fact, I would discourage what I'm doing quite a bit for younger people. Older people operate like this a lot of times, where they deconstruct and then try to get themselves to focus. Because older people have a lot of things to think about, like a lot of things. Muscle memory is great when you're not always thinking about 8 billion things while trying to learn something, right? If you're trying to learn a mechanic and all you can think about is, man, this feels so different from the piano. It's like you're learning a guitar, it's like, man, this feels so different from a violin. That's a personal one here. So every time I try to play a guitar, I think about a violin, right? Because a violin is a different position, but the left hand is interfering with the fretting of the right hand. It's kind of like what you're doing now with os. You're swapping up your arm style. While they are very separate things, you still have to contend with what you have already established. So when a kid learns one thing, an adult learns multiple things non-stop. So you learn how to not do something and learn to do something at the same time. A kid doesn't have to worry about that. When you're learning language, right? When you're learning language, to become fluent, it takes a long time it takes longer, arguably longer, for an adult to pick up a second and third language, because adults have to juggle all the complexities of knowing another language really, really well. Hard to switch at first, but easier once you're getting over the first curve. That would be a rudimentary way of looking at it. Yes, that would be someone who doesn't understand, but doesn't need to understand that a learning curve can be smooth. So generally speaking, if you're not a scholar, when you switch, it's not integrating, it's not seeing it as a compliment, it's seeing it as a substitution. So what I mean by this is, someone who thinks like that would be, sprinting is not the same as jogging, right? There's no overlap. You're gonna say that it's harder to switch from jogging to sprinting because sprinting is fundamentally slightly different, or very noticeably different. Yes, on the one hand. There are also very commonalities between jogging that you can use to prep for sprinting. So the switch may not be as hard as you think. That only comes with taking advantage of your adult mind. Your adult mind in order to deconstruct and understand what overlaps and what doesn't. When you're young, you can't see those patterns. You can't see how playing tennis might be related to how your diet is. One conversation I have a lot with OS players, especially younger ones, is how eating healthier, or they are always, generally they share surprises or reluctance. Eating healthier, getting good night's rest, improves OS almost dramatically more than just overextending and playing longer sessions. The connection is through experience and knowledge. A kid passionately just, grinds their body to the ground because they can. The nice thing is, when you're a kid, you're really robust. Your rest periods are very short, right? Like, you're a go-getter. It's just easier to assume more is better, right? However, as a kid, when they say assume more is better, they're assuming more is better in one dimension, because the kid only understands one perspective. It's still the same as an adult. If you assume you're getting more rest than you had before, you are more rested. It's just now the component is bigger, the bigger picture, than the smaller one. Some adults, when they're younger, their world expands just big enough to make it sustainable and happy. That's it. So, depending on how big the perspective is, it's still the same. Like, if you expand bigger, what it does is there are more things you can do better. And they're all connected. If you do not, if you're trying to find how things are separate, it doesn't work to the advantage of an adult mind. The advantageous thing is to find connection to everything. So how do you motivate yourself to get a job? Well, a job brings money. Money provides certain things. As a kid, it's like, well, I like this thing. Why do I need money to do this thing? I don't see the connection. Right? So they're very focused on tasks. Adults, when compared to their younger self, become progressively less and less focused. Because their world is bigger and bigger. So when you're saying, is it easier to learn as a kid? It's not. It's just different. As an adult, you're learning way more than you can possibly ever imagine as a kid. You have to unlearn things. You have to retrain things. As a kid, you don't do that at all. You haven't even reached the skill set to do that. And the biggest deep cut about that is learning how to create new habits and drop new habits. Kid, instantly just attach to whatever habit they want to do. As an adult, not only do you have to establish the new habit, you also have to consider how to juggle all the habits that interfere with your new habit. It can be negative habits, which are addictions, and it can be positive habits, which are life skills. So, for example, communication. If you're having trouble talking to strangers or expressing yourself, what does that mean? Your mind is going to start spinning. Adults have so many things they have to try to focus and deconstruct. As a kid, it's like, well, you just talk. Just talk. So what do you do when you educate a kid about communication? Just get them to talk to other kids. That's it. No thinking, no interference, just do. So as an adult, you typically want to encourage an adult to simplify a bit until it's manageable and execute. If you can't simplify, it's too hard to switch. The barrier, what you're trying to do is you're lowering the barrier. So the older college students get, like when I'm thinking about education, a freshman is far more open than a senior in college. And you want to complement that. How do you get a senior to think about alternative paths? It's going to be way more difficult because a senior has invested 4+ years into something and a freshman has not. So the perspective follows with that. It's hard because it is hard for you, right? And you can ask yourself, how do I make it easier? Because as an adult, you are way better at making things feel easy than a kid. When a kid thinks something is hard, they have no choice. They drop it like a bad habit because they have no choice. There's no skills, no problem solving that will ever get them to do something they don't like, i.e. eat vegetables, maybe try some sauce, go out and have fun outside. You can't convince the kid to do any of that. As an adult, you have all the flexibility in your toolbox if you so choose. So when you're saying it's hard to switch at first, for me, it's 99% of the time never hard. It's hard to switch as a kid because I only wanted to do things I'm good at. And my world was so small because I latched on to the first thing I did that was good. As an adult, I can choose what to be good at. And I remove the boundaries of learning new things. To me, that's what it means to be a scholar, as someone who just picks up the learning process. So to next year, I decided, you know what? I'm just gonna learn 2 languages, and I'm going to do it. That's it. No barrier, no nothing. I just told myself, starting February, I'm just going to do it and start doing it. I understand myself well enough as an adult and use all the advantages. I'm not going to learn the same way, you know, like a native speaker or like some 20-year-old said, like, oh yeah, I'm bilingual because as a kid, I've learned 2 languages and now they're great. I'm not learning like that. Like, I'm not taking advice from someone like that. I'm going to develop my own approach because I know a lot about how I learn. So when you're offering advice, I bet it works for you. I absolutely bet it works for you. I can also explain why I do the way things I do very, very well. And it'll be objectively understandable, but not emotionally relatable. Because you wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't encourage you to do this. I'm demonstrating something that maybe if you love oaths into your 30s is an option. Because my perspective is, it's not that rank, it's not that accuracy, it's not the OD, it's not your AR. Because the human brain, as an adult, goes beyond this stuff. You don't require to see it work. You can see it work without literally seeing it. So I don't have to change the OD necessarily to get better at OD if I know myself well enough. So that's the fun part. I mean, it might be clickbaity. I might be baiting people into this, but you know, and it's great. So the next time I feel, yeah, it's easier to visualize because younger, in my opinion, younger. So here's the thing. If I see the C, so here's an example. It's easier to visualize, right? Now let's take 2 different people. One person who responds to positive reinforcement, one person who responds to negative reinforcement. Okay? So when you easily visualize this stuff, right? When you easily visualize that stuff, does that lead to more success depending on the person? It does not. There's no correlation for that. Someone who sees themselves struggling improves faster, or someone sees them doing well or getting it also improves faster. Or they can both get worse. For me, I don't have to see it. Actually, I kind of like the idea. I'm a little bit more of the latter where I like to conform to something than have the choice changed based on my preferences. So I'm more of an out-of-box person. So if I have a preference to doing something, like in terms of like OD and AR, I won't change them. If I change them, it will naturally make it easier for me to visualize, which I absolutely agree. It also reduces my interest. When something becomes easier, it's no longer engaging to me. This is different from it being challenging. So younger people feel like they're up for challenges. I'm going to say something very bold. You are far better with challenges when you get older. So when you say you like challenges now, all the props to you. You're like motivated by being challenged and all that stuff, or maybe tweaking the difficulty, adding ease to certain things. When you come back 10 years later, you're going to think to yourself, without a doubt, it's like 90%. This is how human psychology works. Because as your experience blooms, you'll realize that there are things that you don't want to ease up. You don't like making things easier? Then stop changing the OD. If you don't like making things easier, don't offer advice to other people. You change the OD to be higher? Okay, but remember, you just said it helps you easier to visualize. The only thing you're focusing on is one component of it. You say you changed the OD to be higher, so it's more challenging, but it's easier to visualize. Just because it's not being measured, you're actually reducing the barrier to it. When you have a choice, you pick a choice that you can manage, not a choice that you can't manage. You don't pick a challenge that you can't complete. You make a challenge that you can. So what you effectively did is when you combine the emotional and intellectual difficulty of what you're doing in this task, it's lower. It's easier to do. The hardest things and the most challenging, if you like challenges, you do things that you don't choose to do. As in, play a song the way it is, or play anything without a flexibility of choice. When you make a choice, you're choosing the challenge. So you have to, that is the logic. You can perform better, absolutely. If it works for you, you're improving, right? Your goal is to improve. So that has very little to do with whether you're successful or not. You can be incredibly successful. However, I would challenge your logic to say that when you change an OD to be higher and improves it, that's not more challenging. That's just something you chose to allow to get to your goal. It's your preferred thing. If I told you improve OS by playing a different game, that's a challenge. Because you didn't choose it. And challenges are when you try to improve based on non-flexibility, right? I'm just saying, just because if I were to tell you you should pick up an instrument, that would be a challenge. So you don't, it's not saying what you're doing is any less impressive. You're self-motivated to improve. However, I would argue that it's not because you like challenges. Flexibility isn't a thing on stuff that is my goal. Flexibility isn't a thing on stuff that is your goal. Again, yeah, that's true. So you pick things that aren't challenging. Only on stuff that I used to train. Yeah, so you're deliberately picking things that are within your comfort zone. So to me, just this does kind of sound like gaslighting, but to me, I'll tell you my opinion. It's not the truth. I'm not saying it's the truth or not. My interpretation is that you have generally explained to me that you choose you choose to do things that meet your goal. Like me, I do that too, because I'm doing this in the way that meets my goals. That means I don't like to be challenged too much in OS. Everything I choose becomes less challenging. It makes it more and more achievable. If someone told me to go and play a 250 BPM and I don't want to play it, it's because I'm avoiding the challenge. Just the take home, in my opinion, the take home message is that it's worth keeping in mind that if you have a choice, I mean, that's also an excuse if you're saying too much already, but there's too much keywords. That's what you meant. Oh, the flexibility thing? It's not a keyword thing. At least I'm not trying to make it sound like a keyword thing. All right, let me just offer my opinion, I suppose. I'll offer my opinion. If you choose, it's not a challenge. That's it. It is less challenging than You're seeking to offset the challenge. You like to have an achievable goal is probably what I would say. That challenging yourself too much is bad? No, I disagree. However, if it keeps you safe and improving, definitely go for it. I do not agree with that. That is the reason why most people stop learning. So that's the reason why when someone says, I can't learn this, it's too much for me. There's safe ways to learn anything. Your goal is too much for you. Not if it's too challenging. Going too far out ruins consistency too? Yeah, true. Consistency is less challenging. So before you do a biased take on what is ruined, when you sacrifice consistency, you increase challenge. So if you're saying that you favor consistency, then you're reducing the effective challenge that you're up against. So you don't necessarily like challenges. You like achievable goals. What is a great challenge for most people? Life. Life is a consistent challenge that is ever dynamic. Communication is a challenge that is ever present. And even for communication, most people choose who they communicate with. Right. Achievable, but progressively harder. You don't like challenges though. I'm just saying, like, challenges are not necessary for you to find reward. If you're a consistent person, you like consistency. And that's great because you consistently improve over time. I would be very, very confused if you told me specifically that you like to challenge yourself. Like, really challenge yourself. You like progressive improvements. You know, like a workhorse, getting better specifically. If you like challenges, you're that person that is going to get risk of injury and take risk and push too hard. Those are the people that love challenges. I'm not one of them, by the way. I'm scared to do that. As an adult, as I grow older, I become less and less prone to want to take up challenges because I want to be more and more consistent. You don't like spiky change and the difficulty of the stuff that you do? I mean, that's fine. That checks out. That is true. Because you're a consistent person. I'd rather go up the ladder slower but safely. That would be a person who likes to have achievable goals. Not someone who gravitates towards challenge. Yeah. I'm not necessarily you're still challenging yourself, so like it's just another degree of challenge, right? Like it's very slow, steady degrees of challenge. I wouldn't say that's an indicator of someone who really loves challenges, right? So here's the thing: if you tell someone you love challenges, right? To me, as an educator, like if you came up to me and say, I want to learn English is not my second language. I mean, English is not my first language. I want to learn English really quickly because I love challenges. Well, my first remark to you is don't ever use your primary language and only speak in English. That's a challenge. Or you express yourself like, oh, you know, I want realistic goals. I like to work consistently. And the first thing I would say is, okay, what do you do now? All right, we'll just do a little bit harder than that, right? I need more information from you so that I can tailor and give you achievable goals as you go. If you like challenges, the idea is I'm just going to throw the hardest thing at you and expect you to swim, right? And not expect you to sink. This may or may not change your outlook in your life. I like to give my perspective on someone who's willing to share and be candid. A lot of times when you know this about yourself, it works to your benefit. So what you saw me do, I mean, you accept the challenge, but the but means you don't like it. Just saying. I keep it in the back of your mind. It means you don't like it. As in you don't love the challenge. It doesn't matter, like, to me, it's not about how if you're going to do it or not. It's how you feel about it. You just said you love challenges. So I'm challenging your feeling. If you say but, then you are not someone who loves challenges. You're someone who potentially consider it. Very weakly, but, you know, consider it. Like, I'm not going to take up your challenge. If you tell me to play a 250 BPM song, I'm not going to take it up. I mean, I know my limits that I prefer emotionally, not about physical stuff. Like, even if I can't do it physically, it doesn't impact my feelings about it. I'm not going to push myself that hard. Right? So, if I'm not going to push myself that hard, it also means I have a lower appreciation for challenges. I like to be safe. I like to take less risks. I like to step up very consistently because I can relate to you. That's how I approach most things. I don't take up challenges. I take up things that I know I can do progressively and successfully. I'm not going to skydive anytime soon. Or I'm not going to overcome a phobia that I've already had. And all this is worth mentioning because when you have, in my opinion, I'm not sure if it's accurate or not, we just met, just a stranger, right? Just a stranger online who loves to talk about these things and mindsets. When you have that accurate, if you can hone in on that from someone else's perspective, one day you're gonna be like, my English kind of sucks. What are the things I can do about a skill that maybe is not as, you know, front and center? How do I approach it? How much is too much and how much is too little? The reason why that's important is when you go to learn something, you're gonna get advice from someone, right? You're gonna get advice from someone, or something, or some book, or some material that is made by someone. Okay, so language-wise, you just keep practicing, doesn't matter how hard, you just do it. That's great. Like, that, you don't have, like, if you're just doing it, regardless of the challenge or not, now challenge is irrelevant. So when you're doing language and you're just saying it doesn't matter how hard, it's no longer about challenges, consistency, or anything. So it becomes a moot point. Like, it's not relevant to the conversation. And usually just do it. If you can get to that perspective, then there's nothing keeping you from doing it. So we don't have to worry about if it's challenging or not challenging, because it doesn't matter, like you said. It doesn't matter how hard it is. Actually, that also brings up a great question. If it was easy, hopefully that doesn't matter either, because language is language, right? So is os different, right? So you're offering advice about os, right? If you're offering advice about os and I'm trying to demonstrate something about os, I'm very making myself clear what I like to do and what I intend to do. So if you're asking me to increase the OD, right, for example, if you're asking me to increase the OD, I don't have to increase the OD. It doesn't make it easier to visualize. You don't know if it makes it easier to visualize. With that said, though, all the things I mentioned is like, yeah, that's something a lot of people do, for sure, to improve. I'm kind of going cold here, but that's fine. We'll probably be okay stepping down. It is really hard. I just try to understand. Well, that's fair. I think that's an admirable statement. Always listening and practicing in order to try to understand. Yeah. Instead of responding. It's a different thing, but I think I'm kind of stretching the limits of language. English is my first language. Well, English is my third language, but English is my primary language, so the language I use most of the time. Absorbing vocabulary over time is a thing you like to do? That's great. Generally speaking, that's actually kind of a minority thing, trying to absorb vocabulary. Because when you're absorbing vocabulary, sometimes it sidelines understanding. It more promotes mimicry or memory. So like, for example, I can say "so desu ka" out of nowhere, but I don't necessarily pick up on the understanding of when or where to use that, right? So it is a great... I like it though. I enjoy vocabulary quite a lot. Actually, English is why I enjoy vocabulary. One of the big things about English is vocabulary is incredibly dynamic in English, because everyone else has a different version of their English. Like for now, of course you won't say stuff that I don't know what it means. Respectful. I can respect that. I say things. I know I'm sounding like I'm contradicting everything you say. It's just a exercise that I do. I do say things that I don't know what it means at first. I do things and try them and just do them and learn eventually over time what they mean. So generally speaking, my learning process deals with doing, not avoiding. And one of the things you told me earlier, right, just to cycle back to the difference in perspective here, you told me not to mash through the map, but I wasn't mashing through in the way you're thinking. And I get to this point, injury-free, very sustainable and rewarding, but not doing something doesn't necessarily mean it's helping you improve, right? So there's a balance. There's a balance. I understand the whole like insecurity about doing stuff. Might not have been what you meant. You're referring to worst case scenarios. I imagine you're talking about like, oh yeah, like I might confuse people or say bad words or things like that, but it's still not doing it. It prevents mashing over time. Yes and no. If you're talking about the mashing thing, no, that's absolutely not. No, that's only if you're relying on intuition for like you're making an assumption, right? Which is fair because most OS players are that assumption. You are assuming that I mashed through that one time, and therefore I mashed through everything. That's a really big assumption. It's a leap of logic. In order for that to happen, I actually have to do that the entire time. So your impression is that you assume I was doing it the whole time. But your impression was based on some 15-second part. Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, advice, you know, that's what makes OS community really interesting. So, perfectly alright. I'm not entirely sure if you were prepared for this. So, I really appreciate... Okay. Before anything else goes, I really appreciate that you're talking, right? And doing these things. Because that's kind of why I stream OS, by the way. I'm not like most players. Although, maybe occasionally you might bump into someone who is quite older. And I absolutely agree with you. Most of the things you say. As if it was any other, like, if it was someone who's in your age range and play OS, for sure. Here's a case in point. The reason why I do this and play OS is kinda to have these discussions. Not really to do what most players do, right? So, I'm not here to gain rank or PP. I'm here to get an opportunity to farm the community. So you are like my learning experience with OS. Like the things you're saying, the things we're talking back and forth, the different language barrier. I can't tell you how often that comes up. The whole different language barrier and how you're learning, how I would suggest, you know, different ideas to learn. That's the whole point of streaming OS. Or it's the whole point, in my opinion, to streaming. My motivation is to stream anything online. It's to exchange, really to take ideas from other people, like trying to get into their perspective. And I definitely agree with you 100%. I would say over 80%, maybe even 90% of OS players have the exact same differing perspective from mine, but actually would respond really well to your perspective, because most of them would be in that age range and they would have like similar approaches and whatnot. What's really fun is, though, here's a fun thing to look forward to if you're worried about getting older or something. I think my favorite part is that when you get older, so many of the things that are simple, right? You can spend hours talking about them with other older people because they have so many more experiences. And you're just constantly like, one of the things you might be wondering, like, you look at your parents, right? I hope you have a healthy relationship with your parents, but if you look at your parents, like, what the heck? Why is my parents talking about the price of food for like the 300th time? This is when I was younger, but now it's actually really interesting. However, like when you're, you know, 18, it's like, why is my parents talking about the intricacies of doing chores at home, like for the 100th time? It's because adults have a lot to say about everything. You're always had really good relationships, not only with mine, but even the parents of our friends. That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. And what I can tell you here, I think that's you have said something that is not very common among OS players, in my opinion. And it's great. I love to hear that you have a great relationship with not just your own parents, but other older people. It also tracks that you're speaking to me now about like things and not like, you know, getting you have the mentality to it does really check out that you talk to and have good relationships with older people, right? And that's kind of cool. It doesn't happen very often, I can tell you now. Like right now, I would say there's got to be someone who's like, dude, is this guy ever gonna play OS? Well, I am kind of playing OS. OS is the reason why we're having this discussion, right? So it's very cool. Very cool. I'm absolutely cold now, though. Like, super cold. Not a problem. We're just gonna go in and hope... hope we're still a little bit warm. It's awesome, though. And regardless of what I said earlier and all that stuff, it's awesome that you can express yourself. Like, I can't tell you what is uncommon is the ability to express themselves. Even language barrier, I understand, like, having a language barrier. I have a language barrier too. Quite a lot of language barriers. And it's pretty great and endearing if you want people. I believe you when you say people like to, you know, your parents and other parents like to hang out and have a good relationship with you. It's because your behavior really does speak to that. You're not going, like for example, you know as well as I do, when an OS player drops in, the more common OS player, they give an advice that's like, well, okay, you think my advice is junk, and then just leaves, right? Or something like that. However, also the normal streamer, right, would be like, dude, don't tell me what to do. I'm freaking 4-digit, or I'm a heckin' 3-digit player. Like, why are you giving me advice? You see what I mean? So both the streamer, or like both the person playing and both the person thinking, can be the same age group. But in this case, we're not the same age group. I don't like to be hostile, which you might be or might not be part of it, and you like to argue though. Arguments are not hostile by nature. They are chosen to be hostile. I would use a different word, but it is arguing for most people. So I would discuss things, you know? Right? Like, discussing things are very different. It means it doesn't have animosity. Like, there's no emotional pride. Like, if you tell me that what I'm spouting is nonsense, you're not hurting my pride. Like, there's nothing with pride on the line. Just arguing with the person. Yeah. I totally agree with you though. I know what you mean. Because one can like arguments, right? Think about it this way, like what we just talked about a long time ago, and also right now about practicing. If you don't argue, right? If you run away from arguing or discussing and all that, you don't practice that skill at all. And you already told me you like to learn the language regardless if it's hard or easy, you just want to use it. And that checks out with the idea that you take up chances to constantly do that. And you're not offended if I'm throwing around words that might be like a little bit complicated or something like that. Or I'm maybe using simple words or something. There's no preference. It's just discussion. And that's awesome. And I agree. I think you're right on the mark. I do feel that you are someone who prefers to just talk or like have a conversation. And unfortunately, one big unfortunate, it's really, really hard for me to do even the simplest task on OS while talking. Like, and it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's not part of my goal. My goal is not to complete this, right? My goal is not to become like a stamina thing. It's just to raise conversation. Because the thing that I like to record myself doing is just having the conversation around the activity. Although right now, you're gonna have to excuse me. I am gonna try to get from 180 down to 150 without feeling like I haven't warmed up, which is gonna be very hard. And I still want to re-emphasize, like I want to emphasize, this is awesome. I enjoyed this a lot, you know? Like, here's a hot take. I have tried wrist down. Yes, I have tried wrist down. I now don't do wrist down because I type the same way I tap. So when I'm typing on the keyboard, it's always above the desk. And I spend most of my time typing. And you might make an argument for stability, right? When you're adding the stability, and I'm willing to sacrifice that stability. It's not the same. It is the same to me. So the motion I do for tapping is the same motion I do for keyboards. I am on a keypad though, at the moment. But it is, for me, the mechanical motion is very similar. And I like to keep my wrists up. So the motion I'm making is ADing on a keyboard. You cannot use keypads at all? That's fair. So what I'm saying is the keypad itself's height is about at my keyboard as well. Because you use the middle row. Oh, I see. I use the middle row too. I'm talking about ADing. So even when I'm typing, right? You're thinking like your pinky is on the ASDF, right? That's fair. But SF is still the same motion when I'm typing that I'm doing for tapping. It might not be the way you're doing it, for sure. Like you might type on a keyboard way different than the way you tap. I personally don't. The way I draw with a pen is very similar to the way I aim in OS. The reason I do it this way is so that when I'm drawing and typing, I'm aiding in keeping up maintenance on my OS, right? So that it goes back to the whole youth versus adult thing. I'm trying to combine and maximize my motor functions. And so when I'm not playing OS, I'm technically still doing some of the motor functions. So taking a break for 8 months from OS is still not the biggest gap because I'm doing other motor functions that also lines up with the way I play OS. That kind of thing. So no, it's not identical, but it's similar. And I make it so that way. So if I'm gonna put my wrist down, I don't want to put my wrist down because I don't on the keyboard. And here, just another, but it might contradict with itself. You think I'm making the presumption? I'm not making an assumption. I'm suggesting. Whether it contradicts or not, I'm presuming there's a connection. Assuming would be telling you it works. If you're talking about me making that connection between keyboards and keypads and wrist down and wrist up, right? I'm suggesting that they are connected for myself. Oh, you're making the assumption. I think your assumption is correct about you, though. Like, I actually think I totally get where you're coming from. I'm trying something different, might show new possibilities. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I'm not suggesting you shouldn't do wrist down. I'm trying to explain why I didn't do wrist down. And then you asked me if I tried it, and I did. I tried it. And then now I'm explaining why I'm keeping it up instead of... That sounded a little lewd, but keeping it up instead of putting it down. Yeah. I used to do that though at some point on a keyboard. When I first started Z and X, right? For Z and X was for like a year or two. And then, you know, I played with a middle finger and pointer finger for over 3 years, on and off, and now I'm not doing that either. I also used to play on a like 40 millimeter by 30 millimeter surface area on a tablet, and now it's however big the tablet is. It doesn't really matter what it is. If I buy a new tablet, it's just gonna be the entire tablet. So there are a lot of changes. The idea is I don't lose the memory of that. I can tell you, I can put my wrist down and do this. You literally, yeah. Oh, 40 by 30? Oh, so you're there right now? Okay, yeah. And yeah, and now it's double that? Yeah. You got it. You got it. Absolutely. And you know why I did that? Here's a great example of why I did that. Like, why I did that. I didn't know anything about OS. So where do I start first? Yeah, it's been double that early. Yeah. Here's the thing. This is what the great thing about being an adult is. Alright? I know I already have all my ideas, right? The presumptions that I make, as in the possibilities of how to play this game. But instead of doing any of that, I started playing OS, and I just took whatever other people were doing, and I tried it out. Just had to try it out. Even as an adult, I know a lot about myself, but it's not intellectually interesting to me if I just choose what to do right away with my own experience. Now, with that said, after very long, 4 years, this is what I settled on. It's a little bit of me, and it's a little bit of what I learned from the OS community. And I can tell you, I'm very close friends with someone who feels that this is their entire world, and he is incredibly excellent at it, like in an expressive, analytical, and developed way. However, it's a challenge when I introduce all my other skills in the conversation, right? I am not a 3-digit in OS because I have other skill sets I spend other time with, right? So the way I approach things is I try to make them as complementary to each other as possible. Because as an adult, the biggest barrier, in my opinion, arguably, as you grow older, the biggest barrier to learning is how much interference you have. Like, how much do you need to unlearn to learn something else? Or how much do you need to compartmentalize to not overlap? To be a top player in a game, you have to live and breathe circles. Pretty much everything. Like, I agree, absolutely agree with you if your universe only includes OS. Absolutely. Now, if OS was also measured in something else, like for example, talking about how to learn stuff, I'd be near the top. because that's my priority. I mean, it's a weird flex, but no one's measuring that. Like, the system doesn't measure any of that, right? Which is us. Yeah. No. I'm just reinforcing what you're probably implying. Yeah, for sure. When I'm mentioning something, I don't think you're not mentioning something, right? And that's just it, right? All right. So we're gonna make this attempt. Really try to make this attempt, but this is gonna be a little tough. Thanks for sharing. I don't know if I can say that enough times. I could spend days and hours talking about this. We've already probably spent maybe a little over an hour, and it's fun. You can probably do this for the next 6 hours plus, or every day, for that matter. Obviously, you have to eat, rest, also play OS, and do the things that make you happy. It's nice to be able to, talk about it. Almost 2 hours? Dang. Well, I'll compile this into a separate video. So I do this thing where if I digress and talk with someone very, very clearly, right, for a really long time, I go at least an hour long. So just to give you a breakdown, I do this regularly. When something becomes interesting and that person shows that they're willing to talk about it or discuss about it, it goes at least an hour long. So then I can, like, kind of edit it out and then remember it so I don't forget. I love to preserve discussions. And one day, maybe in 5 years, that person and myself would reflect upon that. And it's awesome because human beings age, and when they age, their perspective changes. And the reason why I record what I say, just largely to myself most of the time, is that I want to see how much that changed over time. And if anyone else think about those things in the moment, then I would love to see how their perspective change in another 5 years. I think that is one of my favorite things about content creation. And you can do it too, within your own comfort zone. It doesn't even have to be public, right? It doesn't have to be public. You can go to the mirror, put up your phone, and pick the mirror, and then one day you can choose to use it or not. The idea is like, hey, how do you feel today? Well, I have these thoughts, A and B, we just got a new car today, that kind of thing. Memory is fluid. And one way to really celebrate memory is recording it. It doesn't have to be a video. It can be a journal. It can be a music collection. It can be any type of collection, a bottle cap collection. Because bottle cap collections have time and length and stories attached to them. For me, I'm just doing it literally for some part of my time. So generally, like 4 hours of the day, I want to record myself change over time. And then if anyone else is interested, they join in the journey. Or they will see how they have changed over time, right? What is the biggest way to self-improve most accurately? Is to see what you were before, right? To resonate with you, to like tug on that lifebloat, that life string, right? It's hard to remember what you're like if the present you is everything that includes the past. One thing you can do is record and write to the best of your ability. It also helps you express and communicate your stuff too. There's a lot of benefits, in my opinion, a lot of useful tools you can develop by writing and expressing to yourself over time, taking a measure of it, and then in the future, whenever someone comes up, it's like, hey, what you do in the last 3 months? Immediately, you've already done it. It's part of the practice. It's journal keeping. what some of the aspects of some of the most successful people organize their thoughts. They organize what they remember, not to try to remember exactly what it was. It's just to keep an accounting of the things you've done. Remind yourself that when you leave something behind, it's still a part of you. It led you to the next thing in those situations, because switching is hard. It becomes less hard when you know you can literally see yourself changing and switching all the time. So tomorrow, in today's day 12, in another 18 days, I'm probably going to take a break from this for another month or two or something, because I'm going to start learning a new language or 2 new languages. That the reason why I need to learn them is because I actually don't know how to read, right? I'm illiterate. So that's kind of the thing. And doing all of this it removes the thing that you don't have control over, which is someone telling you if you're doing the right thing, someone telling you if you're doing the wrong thing, a system telling you if you're successful or not. Instead, it also offers an extra thing where you can tell yourself you've done a lot of things. You can use a lot of things. You yourself, your past self, can inspire your future self quite literally. It's just an extra tool. So you're milking your life as well as other people's lives. Not just other people's lives, just maximizing your time. So for me, it's never worthless or a waste of time to stop, breathe, and talk to someone about things. And how do I capture that time? Like this. At least I choose to do it this way. I would say the most common is to start a journal. And what I mean is not just like the I had breakfast today and stuff. Some people do like workout journals, like I lifted X amount of weight and stuff today or something. Or they take food journals. It's like, oh yeah, I went to this restaurant today, and then tomorrow I want to go to this restaurant, and then you find out. So that type of thing. If you already expressed to me that you love seeing yourself improve progressively and consistently, add on to that. Add even more things. Like what I mean is not like the literal task, but make those things even better. Even better. Like start a Discord channel with you or a few friends or just yourself and type in what you do each day. And then maybe one day one of your friends saw you like it's day 400 and you did this thing at this time. Your friend, it's going to be a talking point. Your friend's going to say like, dude, man, way to go. You've been doing this for 400 days. You know what? I started doing something for 100 days. You want to talk about it? Right now, right now, you're not convinced of what? Not saying that I won't ever do it. Oh, about the documenting thing? Yeah. You're 18. You have plenty of time. Like, when things don't seem overwhelming, you won't need to do it. I don't think the urgency to document things come up until there's an overwhelming pressure to keep track of things. I think you're incredibly healthy and you understand how to manage that. The skill of documenting things is as someone grows older, maybe into mid-20s. Yeah. Once things become overwhelming, just think about this moment, in my opinion. It's so rewarding and wonderful, and it might actually help you with your mental state and sustainability. It's definitely not something you pick up right away or want to do immediately, because it's hard, right? You need to come up with a workflow and stuff like that. But keep it in the back of your head, like you said before, keep it in the back of your mind. It's really fun. One thing I will try to express why this is fun to me, or why this is so rewarding to me. It's not necessarily fun. It doesn't have to be fun. It's very rewarding to me is because every day I know I'm adding to something. Every day I'm adding to something about myself. And I'm making it so that every day I might get the chance to inspire someone else to start doing the same thing. It doesn't matter if I only talk to them once. If they go off and do this, all I can rest assured knowing is they love it too. If they are super busy doing, like, if we don't ever interact again, like for example, you and me never interact again, all I can know, my optimism says that you are busy enjoying your life and being happy. Occasionally, maybe our interest lines up again, and then we'll share, you know, an experience together or something, like indirectly. If we don't, I'm always happy knowing that you're too busy, right? Too busy enjoying life. At least that's me. I'm a very romantic person when it comes to not seeing someone again. I always like to imagine them just so busy that I can only be happy for them. Yeah, that's also, you know, coming from someone who's 36 years old, very secure with their life, spend most of their time learning, right? So it's have to take it with a grain of salt. I have to tell you what my background is. I'm highly educated, right? I spend most of my time learning about how to teach people how to cope with things. So naturally, I would need a lot of skills and experience with coping with various obstacles. And it sounds very, you know, mechanical or flowy most of the time. Like I'm doing it on it. I'm not doing this on the spot because my background is I do that most of the time. I typically focus on how to get people out of a tough situation, and not a tough situation in the literal mechanics of a tough situation. How to get them to pull themselves up, enable them to rise to the occasion. That's my main concern most of the time. So a lot of times it deals with doing the literal thing. So yeah, I totally had a 40 by 30 millimeter surface area. I did the little thing that you were describing about using your fingers, right? Using your fingers to aim, as opposed to like a combination or even more than that. So I like, it was my fingers were like on the tip, like it'd be like this, and it was barely moving. Like it was, and then we stopped doing that. So then a tapping changed completely too. That sudden change, it's always in the back of my mind, you know? The flow of the conversation has to come back. So if you want to remember things, you got to connect all the things. It helps with remembering things all the time. So I'm always constantly trying to connect back. So it reinforces. It's easier to remember things then. It's permanently associated. We don't forget things. Try not, you know, that's the true, that's my go-to method of making everything significant to at least a person that I'm talking to. Because where the conversation started is about us, right? I don't want to forget all the things that we talked about and covered. So they all are like, it's like a web as opposed to like a big circle, just lots of webs. So they're all locked in. Kind of like the way your brain works. The neurons. You gotta activate all those neurons. Alright. Now we're gonna do the descent. And then put Os to rest for today. So. Alright. This is gonna be rough. Yeah, we're looking at like 170 right now, so we'll do this. It's not too much. What I mean is, it's not too much mentally. We're not focused on mechanics. We're focusing on keeping our fingers moving. Oh, okay. Yeah, we gotta move our fingers again. It's been way too long. Usually I have the digressions at the end of the practice, but you know, it's fine. You look at stamina as actually tapping stamina? What else can it mean? If I don't get like 99, I don't consider it being enough. I do have someone who thinks like you. You might actually know him, possibly. But there is a person I know that's his outlook on things. He's a consistency player. Sunray. I think you can definitely empathize with him. So if you're ever interested in, I don't know where you are in your Osu journey, but when it comes to what you just described, that's him in a nutshell. You don't even know yourself? It sounds like sometimes it might be okay to reflect on that. Depends what measure I use. Well, I definitely, if you're talking to me about what metric I use, it's probably nothing you have considered. However, your metrics, I think I understand where your metrics are. Especially that last comment about not getting 99 acting an example of tapping stamina. That's really something that I wouldn't connect those two. Like, here's one. So hack is constantly a struggle unless you're practicing enough. My main is hard rock, so hack is a constant struggle unless you're practicing enough. I can see that. I disagree, but I can see that. Yeah, that seems very sound. Struggle is in the mind of the beholder. Act isn't a struggle to me because you have to contextualize what you're trying to strive for, right? So for myself, not really. But for you, I can see why you would like hard rock. I'm not struggling right now because I have to contextualize that. I haven't been tapping at all when we were talking, right? And I'm looking for something specific, which is not shown on screen. It would be really interesting to figure out if anyone could see what I was looking for. That's just an icing on the cake, though. I'm not really asking people to show perception, you know, like read my mind or something. You can probably see some of it from all the other days, though. What I'm looking for at the moment. Especially this part, where you have to ramp up to a speed and then drop down and then use form. Have I ever tried mapping? I haven't. I might try mapping in the future because we're an OS laser, right? So there might be an opportunity to do some mapping just out of interest, not anything else, just seeing what the mapping is like. Because the OS laser client is different. I haven't done anything with a stable version either. So it'd be very, very interesting, fresh take. The sliding placing. Oh, I seen the slider placing thing. Yeah, in laser. I did see that though. I looked at other people mapping a little bit, and they were talking about like the adjustment between O stable and O laser. The slider thing is pretty awesome. It's very like you can do so much with it. Especially compared to O stable. It's just kind of counterintuitive. Interesting. Have you used O stable for mapping before you use O laser? I just made some, I think, final changes to a new map. First map uploaded in over a year. Oh, okay. How often have you mapped before? Like before the year. On and off? Okay. Okay. What is this what is something that draws you to mapping? ability to show the song how you view it. That's great. That's a very, very endearing comment. I would love to do that too. I can resonate with that. I love to depict and express the song, right? Express the song the way I want to express it. The thing is, most of your stuff is pretty difficult. Fair enough. And usually not the generic matter, but also not to the point of those very abstract ones. I see. Sounds like you're trying to narrow in your thing, yeah. It's an interesting thing to be able to do something or create something that's governed by difficulty, right? Some of the most brilliant and beautiful things are easy to understand, but incredibly transformative and difficult to pin down what it means. It's creative arts at its finest. As a creator myself, I suppose, like, I create things every once in a while. Generally, I create words, you know, like programs and stuff more. It's largely, the interesting thing is most of the things I tend to create are easy to understand from that person's perspective. And when I create something, I'm more interested in what people think I'm expressing, as opposed to specifically trying to achieve my own goal of expressing my own opinions. So, like, if I were to map something, I would love to see what people think I'm trying to tell them. And if they're very different, then I achieved my goal because I was very creative, right? If everyone thought the same thing about my piece, then it just means I'm an incredibly pragmatic person, someone who's very conformed to specific things. Well, I don't think necessarily feedback per se, but just comments. Like, looking for different things. Right. So if, like, someone can't relate to me, I want to know why they can't relate to me, or how they can't relate to me, kind of thing. Even a bonus movement can be something that you could use. Absolutely. That also applies to learning things that you don't think are worth your time, because everything in your life is worth something if you can use it. You just gotta get creative with it. Kind of like every other time when you're thinking tapping stamina has to be 99% to indicate that. What about all the other times? What do they mean to you? All these things mean something to me. That varies. I can see that from your perspective. I can definitely tell a lot of things have it depends. For me, no questions. You can make everything. Like, it means something. At least it means something, right? And I imagine that's what you mean by it varies. It probably means something different and whatnot. Okay. Yeah, I'll save that. I'll save that. Probably not gonna break away from finishing this stuff, but I'll definitely give this a go in the... Yeah. I'll keep the tab open. I'll let you know. Another... there's a thing that I do here. The reason why I only use these things is because of copyright and DMCA and stuff. So, probably I'll do it afterwards and check it out. And I will write those remarks down in notes. You know, there's a lot of other things. The reason why I do it this way, because I don't know what the song is either. I'm not familiar with that song. If you're also curious why I'm not playing specific songs and whatnot, that's also That's a thing too. Also, why I'm not like recording PP stuff or rank stuff. I do a lot of feature artist things, probably, and probably in the future. Yeah, probably. Again, sure. Again, I don't recognize that song, so it's whether it's if or not. Again, I haven't tested the song, so. And also, I didn't plan on doing that today. Or anything, really. I'm aware of how DMCA works, so yeah. Konami would be a big one. Usually it's Sony Entertainment America. Or Sony Entertainment Japan, and an extension, the US branch, SCEA. I live in the United States, so there are things I make sure. Have I ever tried an arcade? Yeah, that's kind of. I'm old enough where they're actually in the arcades, right? A lot of times. Some of the early rhythm games. I can't say I'm too great at them though. CDR would be the closest. I don't have too much competency in DDR. Nowadays it's like Groove. I think Groove is the arcade machine now for like DDR replacements. I go to an anime convention, by the way. I volunteer and work at an anime convention each year called Otakon on the East Coast, and they have an arcade place, and they contract people to bring all the rhythm game stuff overseas there. So you have all the arcade machines there. So occasionally, you know, I touch them, watch them every once in a while. You have like, you know, your washer machines, right? I don't know. I keep forgetting all their names, but that MAKU one, Taiko's, Taiko machines, the one where you turn the knob, I forgot what that's called either, and then the DJ ones, and then the cube one. I can only describe what their machine looks like because I forget a lot of their names most of the time. This one is, it might be Beatmania. There are a lot of them, like a lot of versions. Like there are 3 different washing machine ones, not just my mind. Sound Vortex. That's one of them. One of them is Sound Vortex. The knob this way. There's one where the knob is in the middle, and then you play it on a track. Like, and it's a 3D like track. It kind of is like a fire, like of ice and fire thing. I'm not sure if it's DJ Max. It sounds more like a MAKU title. Not like, we're not talking about like Diva, not Project Diva, right? But it's kind of like Project Diva, only without MAKU in it. It's like some future thing. And then there's the whole floor panel ones, right? Not the Americanized ones like Just Dance and stuff, but the lots of dancing ones. And I don't know, but they have all different names, and the only one I can remember is something with groove in it. Beatmania and BMS. Unfortunately, I take a picture of all the cabinets, by the way. When I'm there, I go into the gaming room and I just take pictures of all the different things over time to see as they change. Yeah. I think the biggest arcade cabinet there was that came exclusively from Japan was the Gundam Arena Fighter one. Less so the rhythm section, but the Gundam Arena Fighter thing. Oops. Oh no, sorry, it's not a rhythm game. It's just an arena fighter. Yeah, no Gundam rhythm game. Just the most the Japanese among the Japanese cabinets. Sorry, I kind of took a leap there. Jubeat or Jubeat. Interesting. It would be great if I actually could read the cabinets' names, but I can't read the cabinets' names, so I would have to try to associate the shape of the cabinet with it. Oh, it is the cube one? Oh, that's what it's called. A Jubeat. Okay. I see. Yeah, with the 16 buttons. Yep. It's rare to see them on cons there. I see. Yeah, this is, by the way, I don't go around going to cons most of the time. I like volunteering at cons, and it's so one of the biggest in the United States. Like especially on this side of the East Coast. Otakon is one of the biggest, and I work there. I volunteer there. Otakon is completely voluntary. Like most of the staff that's involved is volunteering. I like seeing people enjoying themselves. It's like very electric. I go there to work as hard as I can, because it's fun for me to work when it makes dreams come true. Most of the time, the things I talk about and the things I'm interested in is largely just to enable other people. I'm at a point in my life that if there's anything that will bring more rewards selfishly to myself, like inwardly looking, it's probably raising a child. Probably the closest thing. Other than that, helping other children is a great example, you know, teaching other younger adults and stuff, getting them to, you know, love themselves as much as the stuff that people are telling them to do, right? That kind of thing. A really fun interpretation of this is, if I am to become really good at this game, OS, I would be doing the exact opposite of what I intend to do by recording myself doing OS. Right? Because I would have to give up things that I focus on, which is how to overcome certain things, how to look at things differently. If I'm very good at OS, I would be doing something that wouldn't attract that type of discussion. If I'm very good at OS, I wouldn't practice any of these things either. I wouldn't need to do any of these things. I would share the same perspective that a good OS, a high-ranking OS player would have. And that would make me similar to everyone, which may or may not be a good thing. I have no desire to be that, so naturally, because of that, my whole perspective on life and recording and content creation makes it unlikely for me to be in a position that can relate to someone who, like for yourself, believe tapping stamina is represented by accuracy. Like I can appreciate that, as in how most of the OS community would actually be in line with you about that kind of idea. For me, it's not. Endurance is a component that I am fairly good at, and understanding endurance is not for the sake of accuracy. To train endurance, you do not have to be accurate. To train stamina, you do not have to be accurate. What is tapping stamina without good tapping? It's endurance. That's the word. Stamina is a component of endurance. it's more so in a component of endurance. For me, it's nothing. That's fair. One thing you trade off when endurance requires good accuracy, because tapping is the foundation of your skill set. That's fair. Here's one thing. As long as you're not interested in it, right? As long as you're not interested in it, what I'm gonna say is something you can appreciate without feeling emotionally attached to it. What makes the highest level, to me, the highest level skill set is creativity. And if you're focused on accuracy to redeem, like an objective metric to redeem the measure of your skill set, that glass ceiling you place on top of yourself will make you not a creative person. That's just it. What do you sacrifice for that? As a trade-off, your problem solving is going to be worse, right? It's under practice because you believe there's a right and wrong way to measure that, right? So those are the trade-offs you get. For me, the highest element is to be able to see something beyond something so stringent. If I drew something, in order for me to draw something incredibly wonderful, it doesn't have to be accurate. If you can't accept that you're not a good mechanical something, then you can't find value in it anywhere else. So for example, a jazz musician learned the ways of expressive improvisation, not necessarily because they weigh accuracy. This game, though, accuracy is fantastic. If you're playing by the ranking system, which I don't. So accuracy is nothing to me at the moment. It can become something. I'm willing to forsake good tapping for creative liberties. So I'm exploring other things because good tapping is not a restriction. What did I do here? Well, the moment I drop to 160, the tapping becomes decent. So what does that prevent me from doing? What does good tapping requirement prevent me from doing? A combination of the two. Safe smashing and finger dexterity. Tapping stamina, tapping with good tapping is dexterity. Tapping stamina without good tapping is endurance. And I combine both of them. While I'm smashing my way through this safely and rigorously, I drop down to focus on dexterity. So I'm doing both. That doesn't make me a specialist because I'm not focusing on a specific skill set or foundation, right? I have a larger foundation, but not a refined as refined as your foundation. It makes me more worldly. It makes you better at specific things. So it's a trade-off. You are either more worldly or you choose to focus your world. And I'm the latter. Or I'm the earlier. So I choose to be more worldly about the way I approach things. And then you choose to be better at the things you really want to. And that's the sacrifices, that's the compromise we make. And I love watching people like you and others really, that 99.91 act. It's glorious. I actually spend a lot of my time spectating and observing things that I don't usually do myself because it's awesome. I'm not going to experience it because I trade some of that stuff off for my perspective, right? It does it does make me appreciate it. It does allow me to give an opportunity to be surprised by the crazy accuracy that people have. Like I've been friends with this person, a specific person, for a really long time now, and he's like a human metronome, I tell you. But you know what? He also doesn't play an instrument. I play O's because I play an instrument, or I used to play an instrument. That's one of the big things. Not great at playing the instrument, just it is. I also play O's for music appreciation. Yeah, sometimes I get called a metronome by friends when I set some scores. That's great. Sounds like you know, that's kind of the idea, right? As long as you know that it's sustainable, right? As long as it keeps continuing to be something you can rely on, like your outlook on life or outlook on skill building and whatnot. The person I'm talking about does quite often struggle with skill building, and it does deal with a few things that you've already mentioned. So hopefully that's not the case for you as you get older. This person is about 5 years older than you. Because when you grow older, things get a lot messier. They become less clear. And there are different ways to cope with it, or take advantage of it, or use it. For me, there's nothing I can't write a story about, you know? Like our discussion here. Like, for example, today I didn't do the same thing I did 2 days ago, right? right? Today was here, down here, like right here. But what I can tell you is there's a story behind this. So when what someone sees as C, and what did I learn or gain from this, it means something different. It's always gonna go beyond what the surface level is. It's richer, it's more creative. It has a larger perspective. So like, if someone came in and see me smashing now, I'm perfectly okay with it. Because I know why I'm smashing, right? And why I'm rusty and why I'm cold. It's rich because I choose to do it. If I was focused on accuracy, I probably wouldn't have engaged in a long discussion. Or I wouldn't be a person who makes time to have a conversation with someone else. It would be very focused, you know? You gotta do your things. The only reason about the map thing is that is also something that I consider because I do YouTube stuff and Twitch stuff at the same time. So there's a lot of editing issues that could come up. So that's the only reason about the whole map thing. But it goes beyond just hosts and doing things on Twitch. It's just wider. Not particularly very specific. So if you start like, if someone comes up and explain to me, it take like 3 hours explaining to me what I'm doing right now, it's probably getting closer to what's going on in my head most of the time. However, when I'm streaming, it's not really about me, it's about the person I'm talking to. I'm largely farming for thoughts from other people. It's too long to spend talking about all the things that go on in my head. Like, that's why my videos are very long, my sessions are very long. I'm kind of digressing now because I'm at the end of the thing. All I wanted to do was get back down to 150 and fill it out. Today was okay. We took it a little bit easy because it's worth taking a little bit easy. But you know, 12 days. 12 days going from just barely reaching the end of 120 with our ring finger, right? 12 days ago. And then now. It's pretty okay. Pretty okay so far. So a lot of times when you're asking what you do, and your response about language, right? It doesn't matter. You just do it. That's largely more the rule than the exception for me. So if you think you're worried that mashing will create normalization of form breakdown, right? I absolutely know that is a concern. So if your goal is incredibly high act play, any deviation from that form is going to hamper your consistency. When you're asking someone like me what my opinions are, the answer is all of the above. In order to excel at something else, you must also do something else. The only way you establish the normalization is if you only do one thing. So here's the oxymoron. Here's the paradox in your thing. If you are consistently avoiding something, you are also under practice and unskilled in that. So one day, when your metric doesn't apply to something, you will have to learn a new thing from scratch, and it will become harder and harder and harder to learn and switch, because you don't include many things. The person I've been talking to for a while, we spend a lot of time exploring how to lower that barrier. That barrier that the person is constantly used to, having a rigid structure that prides on consistency. It doesn't translate very well to life skill building. Is one of the struggles when you get older. Things are become so complex that you have no longer clarity. And if you spend all your time doing a specific thing, you also have to prepare yourself and be ready to accept that in the future, everything else gets harder. So for me, I enjoy how to smash safely within a safely range, and enjoy the idea that I can move my fingers even without being accurate. And then also at the same time know when I can start to pay attention to my dexterity and work on form. So when I go running, I know when I can walk, and I also know when I can sprint out of control, or in a safe way, and then suddenly go back to jogging. My foundation is jogging. It's not walking. By the way, speed walking is a really, really interesting sport. I use my foundation, my jogging foundation, as a way to safely include everything else. So, contrast to my friends who do believe exactly what you believe, where they can't ever feel good about scoring less than a certain thing, or else it's worth nothing and all that. That intolerance comes from rigid structure. And I'm a fluid structure. I'm generally fluid. It's the reason why I love so many things other people do. If someone has a smile on their face and they're smashing to high heaven and they're not injuring themselves, it's absolutely beautiful. It's the greatest thing about humanity. You can find joy even in unsafe things, but the idea is it's joy. Is it sustainable? So while you are asking me a lot of times oh yeah, but you're afraid, you're just hoping to prevent me from smashing or learning, pulling away from smashing. I'm not pulling away from smashing. I'm deliberately and intentionally doing it in a safe and disciplined way. There's a really, really big gap between the ability to be disciplined in something you don't want to do and fear, and taking control of that fear, and even taking advantage of that fear, then letting that fear drive you from ever doing it in the first place. That's the fear that drives the internet a lot of times. When I learn the language, I don't worry about making mistakes. I might even intentionally make those mistakes and see how people respond. Comprehension is not necessary to just do something. Learning is a process that can come both intuitively through non-calculation, like when you're a kid, right? I want to be young. I want to be a mix of being young, take advantage of being young, or feeling young, and feeling old and mature. So for me, if you're asking me all the time, what do you do? The answer is as much as you can do. All of the above. Is smashing healthy? If you have discipline. So it takes a lot of discipline to be consistent, right? But it is also takes a lot of discipline to be consistent about the inconsistent. Fear doesn't drive my decision making. It increases my adaptability. So one day when someone says, I don't know why, but I just keep smashing at this point. My fingers just go blah and it's smashing. Well, for someone like you would never be able to advise them ever again because you don't do it. For me, my purpose is I do it with discipline, try to understand it so that one day when someone has that problem or have that feeling, I can relate to them or tell them about it. Much like learning a second language. I'm going to try to learn a second language. It might not be English, but I can certainly use it as a way to try to get closer to people who learn as a second language. I haven't learned a second language in so long since college that I've forgotten how to relate to people who don't have English as a first language. So that's kind of one of the things about high skill cap or becoming an expert. You become less and less charismatic. You sacrifice charisma. You sacrifice communication. So it's a one-way exchange most of the time. I believe that the OS community is filled with more brilliant, consistent, habit-forming players than a lot of other games, or like because of its self-selection mechanics. However, they will also inherit lots of problem-solving difficulties. It's connected. When you become rigid, a ranking system tells you and dictates the things you work towards. It makes you less and less tolerant of anything that goes against that ranking system, or any system in general. This applies to life skills and whatnot. So you become less and less of a leader, or less and less of an innovator or a creator. You follow rules, and your emotions become tied to those rules. Some of my favorite moments is when I get a 77% and I was able to move my finger through the entire process. Sometimes it's really great to get a 99.9% when I'm on form. The idea is I will generally always like more things than the more rigid person. It's not necessary for happiness as long as you can sustain it. For me, statistically, I am likely to find more things that make me happier in life than other people. But you can make it work. That's what I'm saying. So what I made that works for me, you can make your thing work for you. When it doesn't, if it doesn't, it's always nice to have someone else who has a different perspective, so perhaps you can adopt some of them. And then if someone is like, so at my end, a good example of an extreme case is they don't know what they're doing. They're like, they love everything, they can't seem to focus on anything. Then you come along and you have that opposing perspective that can give someone like that clarity. So I'm in between. I'm the old guy that have taken what I think is useful from a rigid perspective, like when I used to play StarCraft and stuff, and then also take the artsy fartsy, like creative people who just, I use the phrase flow state from someone else, but it's a flow state. Things just flow out of them, and it has incredible like noise and fluidity and inconsistency, but it's beautiful, right? It's organized chaos, and I've learned to embrace that. I'm actually closer to you when I was 18 years old. That's how I connected with this other person who's been my friend for a while now. We connected because when I was younger, I was most definitely that 99.91%. Actually, I was that guy that always gets A's and 4.0s. And nothing else is acceptable. And if I lose points, I'll fight for those points. Now if I take an exam and get an 85, I can explain why I got that 85. Regardless if I didn't get a 99.9, I can explain it. And what can I learn from explaining it? The assurance that I understand the value of that 85 and how I would be able to improve or choose to improve upon that. If you never get an 85, you would never know that. That's kind of the thing, right? It's making you worse and worse at learning new things because your tolerance level has gone down and down. So one day when you have to start something new, it's going to get harder and harder to start new things. One of the comments that happen a lot when it comes to habit formation with games like this is, why can't this game just feel like OS? It's like, well, you can't possibly, nothing can possibly feel like OS anymore. You spent 5+ years on this game. When you start anew, nothing starts at 5+ years. The longer you continue to use that as a frame of mind, the harder and harder it's going to take. And that is the adult problem. That is the thing that most people think about when they say it's so much easier for kids to pick up new things. Because kids haven't had like 10 years of education. Kids haven't been riding bicycles for 9 years and then having to change their mind. They are too young to frequently have a skill set they devoted so much time to. And I can tell you for sure, on YouTube, when you see some guy who's been like doing this job for like 30 years, it shows. It's incredible. And my only thought in my mind is, I hope this person is healthy and happy. That one skill set, that narrow skill set, provides all the happiness that is necessary for that person. For those who are suffering and in that situation, it feels like the world is falling apart. And that's where I come in. I love to look at these things and try to encourage and get the person out of those things. I'm really attracted. Like, I'm attracted to solving people's problem of that nature. I love solving problems. And if I ever think about solving a problem as being really, really good at one skill set, I'm failing my job. Or I'm failing my calling. The last thing a therapist or anybody who's offering you support is going to tell you is to get better and get good at the thing. They're doing you a disservice. They're literally reinforcing your misery. So when that time comes, I'm usually at the opposite end. I'm usually that guy that says, you know, OSU isn't the world. You can use OS to make life even better. Never been to a therapist, so don't know. That's fair. It could be a friend. It could be a motivation. For example, when you hit an obstacle, it does sound like me that you haven't hit too many obstacles that are like life-changing. But one of the earliest life tackles is you can't make money off the thing you're really good at. Right? That's the first thing. It's like, well, this is what I do. Why can't people just acknowledge that I'm really good at this? I spend so much time. I want to make my dreams come true and make this. It's like, well, you can, technically, but not only you. You need more skills than just the things related to that. You're gonna have to go left field, take this, and then you can prop up your dream to make it possible. First thing, it's one of the biggest life obstacles for transitioning adults. The moment you leave the nest, or the moment you're leaving the nest comes, like, it's coming, that's when anxiety and other pressures come into play. And as an adult and an educator, I always dreamed, which I'm not, to be that person that offers the advisory advice, like the advice, right? I work at a university. teach freshmen and sophomore, like first year and second years, and that's the first question. That's the first thing, well, many of the first things, but that's one of the most consistent things that come up in their first year. They will realize, many of them will realize that they do not have, they hit an early roadblock and they start to question their resolve and conviction. And to me, being the person who has more experience, hope that one day I don't get so stuck up in my head that I can't help them with either mashing their way through and then ultimately becoming an expert, you know, in a safe way because I'm the regulator, or telling them to seek a different path, maybe a related path, or just take that experience and go in an entirely different direction. And that is largely always, generally, quote in quotes, always my intent when I'm discussing with someone. It can be sometimes very emotional, it can be very friction-y, or it can just be very chill and vibe. The goal, in my opinion, is always sharing ideas. I'm always taking ideas from the person I'm talking about and turning them into stories. And then I'm offering my stories, which I actually took from others, including myself, to share with that other person. So today, the things we discuss about, you can bet any amount of money that this will be a future story that I tell, or like a thing I would use. Like you know, the inspiration that comes from discussion will forever be cemented into it. The stories that I'm telling about this particular person, they're a close friend of mine now. They're 3 to 4 years ago, we met playing OS. Like when I was playing OS, and all those things come back, they become important, and they don't ever leave. Even if I'm not playing OS anymore, the story lives on. Those experiences will continue to be changing and being useful. So that's kind of the idea of what I mean when I say I'm not sure if people know why I'm doing this or why I'm practicing this stuff. It's very obvious to someone how I'm doing it, like what's happening on screen. As someone who is creative, it's so much deeper than that. For better or for worse. Sometimes most people don't stay for that. And when some other people do, you're forever. You're gonna be a forever part of one of my stories that I'll share. Obviously, it's neutral because that story that I share that involves other people, it can mean different things to other people. Earlier, I already referenced that 3 days ago, I encountered someone else who had a very different perspective on improving on OS. And they are first year. They just completed their first year at university, right? And then another person who just is about to graduate high school. So the two of them are part of what I'm saying exactly now, because I'm using them. They were willing to share with me. It was day 9, right? And it's recorded, right? The conversation is recorded, and I remember these details. And they have a very different outlook, but they both play OS, and that's why it's so much fun, at least to me. It's fun after the fact. I more look for fondness. So fun and fondness kind of goes hand in hand sometimes, but a lot of things I'm fond of or treasure or find rewarding, it's rarely ever fun. Like, it's not prioritizing fun. Fun may come after or during. I mean, a lot of times it's terror. Like, when I do something and I feel terror, it's still something I look for. Sometimes I actually look to be insecure because it's been a very long time. So like I'm looking for someone to make me nervous and feel speechless and stuff. It's fun. Like if someone can take my breath away and render me speechless, that's really exciting because it doesn't happen to me very often. And I look forward to that. So sometimes terror is empowering. When you a lot of settled adults, like really settled down, they are so addicted to their routine that it can be really difficult to do anything new ever again. It's always just slightly out of reach. Like, I'm only gonna, you know what? I'm going to have a sandwich. And then tomorrow I'm gonna have the same sandwich, but I'm gonna add cheese to it. That kind of thing. And I'm trying to stay as young as possible because the people I'm interacting with that I care a lot about, because they don't have the experience necessary. I need to stay young. I need to do things that they do, still participate in mistakes that they make in order to be able to solve those problems in a safe way. So I can choose when to make mistakes within a given safety. So for example, pardon me, my Japanese is not very good. I just wanted to warn you. Here we go. I'm just gonna full blitz and say a Japanese phrase. You can say whatever you want. Like, please give me some feedback. That's different from a kid learning a phrase and then just blurting it out. However, it's the closest thing I have to safely making those mistakes. So, as an adult, you have the ability to empathize and explain things. And when you can explain things, you can make mistakes openly, safely. Am I hurting my hand and creating bad habits by smashing through 171 and 180? No, I'm not. I'm not, because I don't let it happen long enough. But I have to know what it's like, because I know I see it a lot. And the common advice you would give is, oh yeah, you know, lower it down to where you can and then do the form. Does it really work? It most definitely does work. I got one better. When you progressively overload and combine it with the training regimen of being form accurate, you train endurance while you're not training dexterity. And then at the medium, you train dexterity and endurance at the same time. And at the low end, you only train dexterity and do not gain endurance. So what happens is it's a melding. So now not only can you instruct someone who is smashing to gain more discipline, you can also instruct someone who's incredibly consistent to take a disciplined approach to gaining speed. So the thing often is on the other end for consistency player accuracy is that if it's always 99.9%, the reality of human improvement is that as you're pushing the limits of dropping your act, you are also gaining another property that you have not trained in a long time. So you can safely push that. And this person that I know, low key, is a 3-digit who have changed up his regimen, where he has slowly expanded his tolerance in a safe way while still maintaining his 99.93 principles. But he's safely extending and expanding past that tolerance. Regrettably, that's still within the scope of OS, right? So it doesn't translate very well to how does he improve eating? How does he improve his sleeping habits? That also impacts his OS gameplay over time. And we explore that all the time. And I do it indirectly. I tell him, I do this sometimes. It's like, no, doesn't work. Or like, you're not vibing with it? Fine. I'll just keep digging. I'll continue to like ask other people, like you, for example, what you did. Then I would like share your story with that person, right? Share your stories about how they come about it. And one day, maybe one of those ideas will sit. And when those ideas sit, I succeeded. It's an ever complex, complicated task. It's one of the most challenging things in life is to sway and help another human being. And it's a challenge I don't get to choose technically because most of those people approach me with them. I don't get to control what people think or will do technically or how they receive the information. It doesn't stop me from trying over and over again. And what do I get from that? I'll continue to be bigger, more inclusive, and skilled over and over again. It's not consistent in anything. It's only consistent in the idea that I'm collecting experience. So in the future, I would love to think that I could walk into a room where I see struggling people who aren't necessarily struggling like in resource or anything, just struggling to be motivated, struggling to smile. Because when I was young, when I graduated from high school, there is a literal event in college that someone said that absolutely floored me when I was in college. And this idea is I seem happier suddenly one day. And I was wondering what happened there. So now I'm always constantly in this 18, 19-year-old space where I want to be a person like that. The person who caused someone to have a transformation in his life. And I really loved all the people, most of the people of them are still my best friends today. And I don't really talk to my advisor anymore in college, but one time we met, I tried my best to express it. I mean, I was not very expressive back then, but I tried my best to express how much I owe him, right? He didn't do, like, I imagine he'll think something like, I didn't do much. I did my job. I did my best. And like, that's all that matters. That's the best thing. And what am I gonna do? Just gonna try my best. It's not achievable. Like, there's no way it's achievable. You can't help everyone. You can't say the perfect things. It's completely undefined. It's incredibly nebulous. And that's the thing I live for. So, how do I make myself happy? Well, I spend most of my time trying to make other people happy. If I can make anyone happy, I can most certainly make myself happy. It's tough. But what's beyond yourself? Every other human being on this planet. If it's just one human being, that's fine. Like, I sometimes do... Mind you, I still experience envy and jealousy and all that because I'm human. I am envious of individuals who know how to make money and use that money to at least bring some sunshine to hundreds of thousands of people. Absolutely. There's great envy in that. However, what I can't do is scale up the skill I want. The skill that I want is not very scalable. So I'm terrible at making money because I'm willing to give up that for moments like these. So you have to excuse me. Oh no, yeah. I was being presumptuous, but I imagine you were overseas, right? At least 6 hours apart. Or actually not even 6 hours apart. Yeah, 6 hours apart. So like somewhere in the same time zone as Germany or something. It happens a lot of times on these. And OS, for whatever reason, in this time frame, it is that too. So absolutely. It was a pleasure. I really appreciate it. I hope you come back with some stories of your own. Like, I would love to hear those stories. So like I imagine you're about to graduate high school. Or have already graduated high school, depending on where you are, or maybe have another year. Yeah, it could be a month, it could be a year, it could be 3 years down the line. Write those stories, and I want to hear about them. You are free to flex your life, at least to me, because that's what I'm here for. I love to hear when people are so excited and happy about their lives, or willing to share an opinion that may come under scrutiny. I mean, I am very argumentative too. Alright? So take care. Enjoy. Thanks for sharing. Always. Sleep well and good luck. Alright, we're ending this. Coffers, don't give me that. Don't give me that old stuff. Wait, is that the old emote? Hold up. That is the old emote. Alright, we didn't get, you know, we tried today. We got distracted and it's all worth it. It's all there. We got in our volume today. So we did do all our tapping volume, so it's all good. And we did our tapping volume today. That's what we got. We got a good video out of it too. So a good wholesome message out there. It's probably that last wholesome message is, I don't know how I'm gonna edit that last wholesome message in. But anyways, we're gonna say goodbye to OS for today, day 12. And then we're gonna go and do some combo gaming, and I'm scared. I'm really scared. I'm scared and excited. Alright. See you next time.
See you next time.